you're doing well. Sleepy, by the way, you're not streaming in any category. In case anyone doesn't know, I'm an ASMR streamer. Alright, I think that should be good now. So I am streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. This is the first time I've done this in a long time. So I don't know if it's gonna work okay. I'm looking at the YouTube stream right now and it looks horrible. It looks so bad. Does it look bad for everyone or does it just look bad for me? It looks so bad. On Twitch it looks normal though, so that's good. On Twitch it looks normal. I don't see the YouTube stream. Yeah, it definitely looks lower quality. I wonder why. Edit. Am I able to edit this? Am I able to edit this? Let's see. Yeah, I don't know how to fix it. Oh, wait. Stream settings. It says I have a good connection. I don't know how to fix it. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm streaming on YouTube. I'm just gonna leave it there. Our bitrate set differently for both, I don't know. I don't know anything, really. I just work here. There's too many buttons, to be frank. The important thing is that the stream's happening. Yep. Yeah, that's so true. Hello, Turbid. Welcome. I've always had the feeling that Oregon has a free spirit hippie vibe to it. Am I right about that? Everywhere you go definitely has a different culture in the US. And I would say that the culture in Oregon, even within Oregon, there's a really massive vibe difference between the city and the countryside. In Portland, there's definitely a free spirit hippie vibe, but in the country, it's pretty standard American, country living, I would say. Very rural, very Christian, and all that. What's different is that I would say in general the West Coast has a little bit more of a keep to yourself vibe than the South. So even though there is definitely this free spirit hippie vibe, it's a little bit more introverted than something like New Orleans. New Orleans is, so the Southern hospitality is a very real thing, and they also have a free spirit vibe, although it's not really hippie in New Orleans, I wouldn't say, but it's more just craziness. craziness and large levels of extroversion. So I don't know. I think that different cities definitely have their own thing going on, but New Orleans feels a little bit more free-spirited to me than Portland. Portland is very culturally homogenous, honestly, I would say. New Orleans, you never know what you're gonna end up in. You know, in New Orleans there's like a cathedral on one street, and then like in the basement of the cathedral there will be like a vampire ball, and then in the basement of the vampire ball there will be like actual child sacrifices and blood-sucking demons. It's very diverse. In Portland, everyone's on the same page, I would say. I just got surgery, can't focus on small talk, only focus on voice sounds. That's absolutely fine, Dean of the West. I do want to myself try and focus a little bit more on triggers tonight. Are you going to activate YouTube memberships in the second channel too? They are actually already activated. They are just waiting for approval from the YouTube overlords. So whenever the YouTube overlords approve the memberships, emotes will be available there. And yeah, and I made the membership only $3 a month there. The default is $5, but since I don't really plan on doing too much other than just like having the emotes, I figured I would make it a little bit cheaper. So it is going to be $3 a month for the YouTube membership on the second channel. And, you know, maybe that's fair because the quality is absolutely horrible. I am getting a warning on YouTube and I actually can't even read the warning. The stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend you use a stream bitrate of 6,800. I don't know where to change that though. Where do I change that? Ugh. Okay, I'm just gonna Google it. How to change YouTube stream bitrate. How to change YouTube stream bitrate. Okay, so it looks like it's something that I'm supposed to do in my encoder, right? Which is restream, stream settings, or maybe I'm supposed to do it in OBS, but OBS and Twitch are the same, so I don't know why it's different, you know what I mean? Like, sorry, YouTube and Twitch, they're both coming from OBS, so it's like my OBS settings. If it were an OBS setting, it should be the same in Twitch and YouTube. But it's clearly not, so I don't know. So the membership is to get emotes for chat for the streams. It removes ads just like on Twitch. I don't think it removes ads, but I'm actually not totally sure about that. I don't think it removes ads. Yeah. I don't think I can like remove ads for memberships on YouTube. I can either put ads or not have ads, but I don't think I can like make it so that members have ads or not. Sleepy, do you have this? Verify YouTube stream settings in YouTube Studio. Navigate to settings to stream. Navigate to settings. Which settings? Like in YouTube Studio? If the basic settings in YouTube Studio don't even have like a tab for stream. Shuka, 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 shuka. Click, click. Click, click, click. There's just general, channel, upload, add categories, permissions, community, creator demographics, and agreements. So, I don't know. I do not know. If you were replaced by a government robot, how would we know? Would a government robot not know how to fix their YouTube stream settings? I feel like they would be trained on it or something. Maybe you can't be streaming to change those settings. Maybe. Is it the one in the content section? In mine, there's a live tab next to shorts. Do you mean the creation thing? I'm in that right now. I can try to just end the stream, but I don't know if that's worth it. Let's see. More actions. Sorry I'm being boring. I'm just like clicking around YouTube Studio trying to figure out how to fix it, and I don't think I can. Like, I'm in stream settings right now, and there's nothing that says bitrate on it. There's no bitrate setting. So I don't know what to do. Yeah, I think your article lied, Destructicon. Probably outdated. It would be kind of weird to like lie about. Your upload speed might be low tonight. I don't think that's the problem. I'm just gonna ignore it. I'm just going to decide to ignore it. You're using OBS? Yes. Yes, I am. There's one OBS application using stream.io. Maybe I can change it in OBS. Settings in OBS. Ah, I might have found it. I might break my stream right now, by the way. Okay. I may have just done something. It will probably take a second to kick in on the YouTube side. But I may have just done something. Shika, shika, shika. Shika, shika, shika. Shika, 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 shika. Click, click, click. Does it look any better at all? No, I guess not. It would have probably kicked in by now. the stream's current bitrate is 2,590. It says this is lower than the recommended bitrate. That's what the warning says. But then when I go to OBS, I look at my bitrate and it says 6,800. 6,800. 6,800. 6,800. Also, I'm not looking at YouTube chat, by the way. So in case anyone said anything important, especially if my mods have said anything important, just tell me in Discord or after the stream or something. It's definitely 6,800 on Twitch. Yeah, my Twitch looks normal to me. So, did you get woken up by the storm? Was there a storm last night? I didn't even know. It might have just not hit this far down. I slept incredibly deep last night. I'm actually a little tiny bit ill today. I don't know why. I think I ate something bad, which is funny because I haven't eaten anything unusual. I think it was just like some fucked up broccoli or something. But, the broccoli has not been treating me well. So I've been a little bit sick today. But I wanted to stream anyway to try and feel a little bit normal. Yesterday I was very productive. Yesterday was an excellent day. Yesterday was super fun. And today's been a pretty good day too. The Original Chill, thank you so much for your sub. Thank you. The Original Chill. D click H sk E click O sk R sk I dot G I dot N click A sk L C H click I dot double L double L double L double L Also, I don't know if any of y'all have noticed, but for the past couple of weeks, whenever I'm streaming, I have, throughout the course of the stream, had, like, pretty bad eye issues. I've kind of been ignoring them, but, last week they were starting to get really bad. And I have diagnosed myself with a slight case of dry eye syndrome, but it's pretty bad. It's really been starting to become like intrusive in my life, and so because of that, at least until I get eye drops, or at least until it gets better, I might be shortening the length of my streams, just because I'm pretty sure that like the lights of stream and staring at my computers makes it a little bit worse. But it's been a problem that I've had for a pretty long time, pretty much since high school, but then it started getting kind of worse probably like 3 years ago, but then just in the last month it's gotten much worse, much worse. I don't want to be the kind of person that's like depending on eye drops all the time. That seems very cringe to me, but I might just need to use them temporarily or something until my eyes sort themselves out, because pretty much anytime I'm like at the computer for And streaming definitely does that. Have you tried using warm lights? Yeah, doesn't really make a difference. Have you gone to an eye doctor? No, I have not. But it's pretty obvious. Like, the symptoms aren't like rocket science. It's pretty clear. Yeah. Wait, why are eye drops cringe? Because it's like a thing you have to do. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather not. It's like I'd rather not. But anyway, aside from all of that, I'm actually feeling it already in this eye right now, which is like part of why I wanted to say it. But aside from all of that, I want to take a moment to thank Aunt Olivia, if Aunt Olivia is still here. Aunt Olivia. Because I finally went to my P.O. box, and oh my goodness, look at all these books. Aunt Olivia sent me 3 books, and they all look so interesting, as always. The books that y'all send me are so interesting. I love receiving books in my P.O. box because y'all are so smart, and I love learning about so many different topics. All of these are definitely, I would say, at least, I think, well, 2 of them are definitely political, and then I'm not sure about this one yet. I really haven't, like, explored these books at all. I just went to the P.O. box yesterday, and I haven't really looked at them until just now, right now. But I'm really excited to get into them. But, so the first one is Slavery by Another Name. The re-enslavement of Black Americans from the Civil War to World War II. And then we have The Real North Korea, Life and Politics in the Failed Stalinist Utopia by Andrei Lankov. And then the last one is Uncertain. The is very faint, but it's embossed. I think embossed is the right word. So you can feel it. And you can see it in real life, but it says Uncertain, How to Turn Your Biggest Fear into Your Greatest Power by Ari W. Kreglonsky. Let's see what the back of this book says. To achieve the extraordinary, first embrace the unknown. Do you fear uncertainty? Why is the unknown so paralyzing? And how can we use doubt to our advantage? Our safe modern world has wired us to fear the unknown rather than use it to our benefit. But what if there is a way of turning that uncertainty into our greatest strength? Imagine being able to make important decisions without anxiety, of being the calm at the center of every storm. In Uncertain, the world-renowned psychologist Professor Ari Kreglonsky shows us that there's only one certain way to face the unknown, and that is to fundamentally change the way we perceive it. This definitive book will transform the way you think about the unknown. Suddenly, you'll stop fearing uncertainty and learn to not only face it, but also harness the power that comes with it. Don't let uncertainty rule your life. Instead, embrace it and achieve the extraordinary. There's a fun questionnaire in that one. Ooh, okay. Very nice, very nice. And Distracticon, thank you for gifting a sub to Pumpkin Lunatic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. usk, amsk, k, click, click, I, click, ansk, al, usk, n, a, sk, t, click, I, dot, c. Thank you. So how have all of you been this weekend? How have all you been? How have all you been this beginning of the week, really? How has your week been, I should say? Exams? Oh. That's spooky, spooky, scary, spooky, scary. Tired of plagued with cold virus. You know, Critopsy, I haven't had like a normal illness, like a virus, like a normal old virus in years now, which honestly is good. I'm glad. I'm very glad. But I will say, the things that I have been plagued by have all been so freaking unusual. Part of me misses the simplicity of like a cold, you know? Just rest and wait a week, maybe 2, and you'll get better. There's something very nice about that. Something very nice about that. Sorry for the bonk. Sorry for the bonk there. Okay, wait. It looks like, Restream chooses the bitrate automatically based on resolution. Let's see if I can change this in Restream then. I guess I can't change it if it just chooses it automatically. Is that how that works? I don't know. I don't know about that one. It's like if you haven't built up your immunity system in years, imagine how hard it's going to hit you when you get a new virus. That's fair. I mean, I think that my immune system is very good because I used to get sick all the time when I was a kid, you know what I mean? And because I used to be in the service industry and I used to be in schools and all of that. So, in a lot of ways, I credit my lack of illness to my lack of normal illness, viral illness, pathogenic illness. I don't know if that really makes sense. Viral illness to how much I've built up my immune system. Because I've definitely had friends who've been sick. And I've been very, like, close to them, you know, like, I'll bring you soup kind of people. Or like, you know, people who I'll hang out with them and then later like they will get sick from someone else that we were hanging out with and I don't get sick. So I feel like I have a pretty good immune system. I probably carry all kinds of things. I'm a hardcore carrier. I carry things everywhere I go. And I don't have symptoms. So have you been sick, even a random cold, since you came back to streaming? No, I've never been virally sick. I've had other sicknesses, like, I've had infections, I've had weird stuff, like, I have a stress rash that every now and then flares up. It's only flared up, like, once since I originally got it, I guess. But once whenever it flared up, that was like while I was streaming. And I've had other just like random stuff, you know, just like random stuff, but they're not like normal, like oh, a thing's going around. I get sick. I had my arm thing. Obviously, that sucked. Like, so I've been, I guess what one might call like ill, right? In like various normal ways. I've had blood vessels pop. I had a blood, y'all. I can't remember if I talked about this on stream. This was crazy though. But this was just over the summer. I think it was like June or July. I had a blood vessel pop on my uvula. My uvula. It was crazy. And it happened from wheat thins. I don't know. I swallowed it wrong or something. It's apparently one of those things that, like, it can happen, but it's relatively rare. But you really have to, like, you really have to swallow it wrong. And I actually didn't know that it happened, like, right when it happened. I didn't really know for sure until a couple hours later. Because, so, I mean, it's possible that it wasn't the wheat thins, but, like, that was the only thing that I had eaten. I noticed it when I was eating grapes, but I don't think it makes sense for grapes to have been the culprit. Were you not chewing them? No, I was chewing them, but, I don't know, it just hit me, but I didn't notice it immediately. What I noticed was that, like, swallowing felt weird. But I just figured I was thirsty. I was kind of like walking around town. I was like, whatever, my throat feels weird. Sometimes your throat feels weird. Sometimes something gets stuck in there, like whatever. I was just going on with life. It felt like sore throat Destructicon. But then hours passed, like 4 or 5 hours passed since I had partaken of the wheat thins, and I was eating grapes. And you know how sometimes whenever you eat a grape, the skin kind of comes off from the grape, and you kind of have to like swallow a little extra because there's like a little piece of like grape skin that's like stuck on your throat? That's what it felt like. I was eating grapes and I was like, why can I not swallow this like grape skin? Why is there a grape skin like stuck on my throat that I can't swallow? I kept swallowing. I was trying to drink water, and then eventually I was like, something's wrong. So I went to the bathroom and flashed my phone flashlight down my throat, and I'm not going to show y'all the picture. It's too graphic, but it looked absolutely insane. It's one of the wildest looking injuries I've ever had in my life. Because my uvula, which is shaped, like bloop, right? Like a little kind of drop, right? It was like the blood vessel that popped was right at the bottom, so it was just like enormous and kind of like lopsided. Like it was lopsided coming out on one side, and it was big. And so, the thing that I kept feeling was my uvula, which was swollen as hell. And the biggest risk factor for when people pop blood vessels on their uvula is swallowing their own uvula. So I was a little bit concerned about that. But mine wasn't that bad that I wasn't super worried about that. I was just aware that that was a risk, you know what I mean? And I was hoping that it didn't get any bigger. But it was quite painful, and it was weird. It was such a weird sensation. Talking felt weird, and whenever I breathed out, I could whistle with my uvula because it was so big that like whenever I did like that sound, if I did that, it would like it would come out like a whistle because my uvula was so big. It was such a strange time. And it was just like full of blood, and it stayed like that for about 2 days, and then the internet kind of told me that after a couple weeks a popped blood vessel in your uvula might go away. And I was just thinking, oh my god, this is gonna be horrible. But kind of luckily, it burst. And I don't actually remember how it burst. But, you know, every time I swallow, just even spit or whatever, it was kind of squeezing, right? So every single time that I swallowed anything, it was like making it closer to bursting. Sorry, I'm realizing right now that this sounds weird. I'm gonna finish this story as fast as I can. But anyway, the blood vessel popped, and my mouth tasted like blood, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is kind of scary. And I looked into the mirror. I was driving at the time. I was on a road trip. It was when I was going to Canada, and it had the big, like, bulbous red tumor looking crazy thing that was coming out of my uvula turned into like a flappy pale piece of skin. Just that's how it happened. And I was like, dang. And it kind of hurt at that point in the way that like a cut in the back of your mouth might hurt, but it didn't feel weird anymore when I swallowed because the mass was gone. The balloon popped, right? And then it healed in like a day. After it popped, it just healed. It just healed the way mouths heal, because mouths are insane. Mouths heal so fast. Honestly, the blood vessel was like worse than the popping of the popped blood vessel, if that makes sense. So yeah, super nice regen. So yeah, since streaming, I've had my fair share of strange injuries and strange illnesses, but I have not been like virally sick in a really long time. Even before I started streaming, it was probably about a year since I've like gotten a cold or a flu. I think the last time I got a cold or a flu was when I was in graduate school, which kind of makes sense. Graduate school, you know, what goes around in graduate school, everyone's gonna get. Only Sleepy could dodge a common cold but end up with a traumatic uvula injury. Truly. Yeah, it was wild. When it popped, did it sound like a deflating balloon? Nope, didn't make any sound at all. No sound at all. Graduate students get infected. Yeah, it was cold, you're not sleeping at all, and you're in close quarters with other people who are cold and not sleeping. Hundreds of y'all, hundreds of cold, sleepless, gross people packed into a classroom. Hello, Morpheus Prime. Welcome in. Glad to have you. Thankfully you didn't stream while having it, because I guess it would have been hard to whisper. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would have streamed, honestly, like while it was like that. I'm not sure if I would have streamed. Did it affect your enjoyment of Canada? It affected my drive to Canada, but it burst like on that initial drive, and after that it was pretty chill. After it exploded, it was fine. Kind of just felt like a cut in my mouth or something. I was actually worried because it happened right before the drive. I was like, oh no, I'm not gonna be able to eat, like, you know, like my family's food, and it's gonna be awkward because I'm like only eating soft things right now, and like I'm already a vegan. Oh my god. You know what I mean? Like when you're already vegan and then you have a fucking mouth injury and you're visiting the family. Ugh. It starts to just sound like you're trying to make excuses to like not eat or something. So I was kind of glad whenever it burst and my eating could kind of be resumed. hear me out. When did you go back to Wheat Thins? Right away, okay? You can't separate me from Wheat Thins. I love Wheat Thins. They're my favorite silly food. I have no fear. I don't blame the Wheat Thins. Not a bit, not a bit, not a bit. Not a bit, not a bit, not a bit. You weren't like Caitlin then? Are the next 3 episodes out today? I've watched 6 episodes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When is the next Arcane episode drop? Did it happen today? Or does it happen tomorrow? Or the next day? Or the next day? Or the next day? When does it happen? Saturday? Friday? Friday or Saturday. Gotcha. Yeah, I have watched up to episode 6 of Arcane, and oh my god, I love that show. I love that show. It's actually crazy how rapt I become when I'm watching Arcane. So few shows have that ability to like completely suck me in. I am locked in when I am watching Arcane. Every single moment I am obsessed with. I love it. Morpheus Prime. Thank you so much for your tip. Thank you. I would love to give you a reading. Let's see. Let me move all these big knowledge books out of the way. Let's see what the cards are for Morpheus Prime. Do you need to know League of Legends to understand Arcane? I don't think so, no. There's definitely some things where it feels like, am I supposed to know what's going on right there? But usually you don't. And so you're like, am I supposed to know what's going on there? Do people who play League of Legends know what's going on right there? No, don't worry. You're gonna feel left out, but it's actually just because the show is confusing sometimes. It's not because other people know things you don't. That's what I found, at least. That's what I found. As someone who only plays a little bit of League of Legends, in the past, there have been times when I've been like, am I supposed to know what's going on? And usually people reassure me, no. No one knows what's going on. Alright, let's see what the cards are for Morpheus Prime. Morpheus Prime, Morpheus Prime, Morpheus Prime. Morpheus Prime, Morpheus Prime. Morpheus Prime. We have first the 2 of Pentacles, the Ace of Cups, an excellent start, and the Queen of Cups. Okay, so what I see here is a love of labor, a love of spreading yourself thin, if that makes sense. I think we've all, or maybe not all of us actually, some of us, and perhaps you, Morpheus Prime, and definitely me, we've had eras of our life where we're doing many different things and we're in love with all of them. I've had a couple eras of my life like that. High school, college, graduate school, and postgraduate school, where it's like I have school, I have a job, I might have another job, or, I have this job, and I have another job, and I have this hobby. Kind of compartmentalized sections of your life, and all of them are really exciting journeys that your heart is invested in. There's no compartment of your life that's a slog, but there's multiple ones, and you love them all. And it's an exhausting struggle to juggle. But it feels good. It still just feels good. It feels so good to do every single part of your day. Next we have the Tower and the Emperor and the Eight of Wands. Whoa. Okay, here's the twist. Here's the twist. The exhaustion's gonna catch up to you. Man, I was hoping this reading would just stay happy, but it looks like the exhaustion is gonna catch up to you. And even though you're doing many, many things that you love and you're invested in the kind of story arc of every single element of your life, the exhaustion will catch up to you. And things are going to start falling apart a little bit. Things are going to start falling apart a little bit. And instead of feeling, invigorated, you're going to start to feel busy. The Eight of Wands always reminds me of server energy, being a server at a restaurant. And there's a really delicate line between holding 5 plates and having 6 orders memorized in your head, and the special customer that the boss wants to impress, and just slaying and running from table to table to table, giving everyone their ranch and their Thousand Island and their Coke, and they don't like straws and they need a straw and they need extra plates, and you've got it all in your head. If you are playing a video game, and it is so fun. It is so fun. And then 2 p.m. hits, and all of a sudden you're making mistakes. All of a sudden you're making mistakes. And you still have the same amount of tables that you had at the 8 a.m. breakfast rush, and you're like, why is the rush not stopping? Why are Saturdays like this? How is it possible that people are still coming in and so much, and how is it possible? How is it possible? This doesn't make any sense. And the rush keeps rushing, and the tables keep tabling, and then you're holding straws in your hand, and you are like, gosh, dang it, I don't remember who wanted these. And you're still running at top speed, but you know that now you're making mistakes. You're playing it close to the wire. You're barely hanging on, and you are very graciously handling the situation, running from table to table, and to avoid making mistakes, you're, saying, was it you who wanted the straw? Oh my gosh, here you go. Whereas at the beginning of the morning, you were just giving people straws, It's like you're barely making it. You're barely making it. You've still got a smile on your face, but it's starting to fall apart. It's starting to fall apart. Let's pull 3 more cards with the hopes to clarify this Emperor. What does the Emperor here mean? We have the Knight of Wands, the 10 of Pentacles, and the 5 of Pentacles. Interesting. Alright, so I would say that this message is pretty clear, actually. I think that there's going to be one sort of compartment of your life that is going to be cut. It's going to be cut out. And that's that 5 of Pentacles. And it might actually feel a little bit like a failure on your part. It might feel like you're being locked away or shut away from that compartment of your life. But, as with so many things in life, it is a blessing in disguise. And it is leading you from chaos, a world of chaos, into a world of prosperity. And I mean, this was a lesson that, like, I had to learn in my life for sure, and it's something that I have to remind myself of as well, that a lot of times whenever we are in these eras of our life where there's multiple compartments and we love all of them, if we are to try to be a little bit rational, kind of the point of that always is to eventually choose just one or two of those things to keep, you know? Like, when you're in college and then you also have 2 jobs and you're, like, maybe dog walking to get some extra money and also playing ukulele for fun, the plan was never to keep doing all of those things. The plan was never to keep doing all of those things. You're dog walking to get extra money, so guess what? When you have enough money, you should stop dog walking, even if you love it. It doesn't actually matter. If you love everything, kind of the point eventually is to stop doing some of those things. It is the point. It is the point. If you're working 3 jobs and you love all of them, the plan really shouldn't be to keep working all of those 3 jobs forever. It should be to say goodbye to one of them and have a special place for it in your heart for the rest of your life. And say goodbye, nonetheless. One of these journeys in your life is, it's time for that chapter to close so that you can focus, so that you can lock in on whatever it is that you choose, whatever compartment, whatever journey that you choose. And when you choose that, it's actually going to lead you to prosperity. It's going to help focus your talent and passion and all of the love and energy that you were giving to those other things. You can siphon it into one thing. You can siphon it into one thing and become the highest version of yourself through that one thing rather than splitting yourself. Okay? If you focus on just one thing, or just focus on minimizing, you know, if you're doing 10 things right now, maybe just take it down to 7. If you're doing 3 things, take it down to 2. If you're doing 2 things, take it down to 1, you know? Simplify a little bit so that you can focus your energy, and that will bring you so much prosperity and peace and, like, just focus in your life, okay? And that will be a good thing. Let's get an oracle card for Morpheus Prime. Morpheus Prime. Morpheus Prime. We have the beaver and the birch. Home. Home. Yes, yes. I think this is kind of about settling in the sense of labor, you know? Not settling in a bad way. I mean, like, literally just the stopping of the nomadic lifestyle, so to speak, or the, a little bit of everywhere kind of lifestyle. Discovering a form of labor that feels like home. There's a lot of things in our life that we eventually have to, or we don't have to, but a lot of people find fulfillment in kind of choosing one place, one person, and one form of labor, maybe one religion to, like, spend the rest of our life with, one practice to spend the rest of our life with. And I think this is kind of about commitment in the terms of labor for you, that you might be approaching the time in your life where it's time to commit and invest in one form of creativity, labor or production, so that you can focus on it and so that it can focus on you and reward it. And it can reward you in all of the ways that that compartment can reward you. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. I hope that you enjoyed, and I hope that it resonated. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for your tip. Thank you. That story about your throat was hardcore. Would love a read. Oh my god, Green Ninja. Thank you very much. Thank you for your tip, and thank you for calling me hardcore, because that is low-key what I live for, alright? Low-key what I live for. The Uvula reading. A reading just for your Uvula. No, I'm not going to do a reading for your Uvula. I don't want to. I don't want to give medical readings. Sounds like a bad idea. But let's see what the cards have for Green Ninja. Green Ninja. Ah, thank you, Morpheus Prime. I'm so glad it resonated. And Jerome, thank you for your tip as well. I will give you a reading straight after Green Ninjas. If I don't respond, could you please save it for the next stream? Yes, I will. Okay, this reading is for Green Ninja. Where are you sourcing this information, or are you just a scholar on these things? YouTube asks. I wouldn't call myself a scholar. But I have been doing tarot for a number of years, and I have read books on tarot and other stuff. But I'm not like an academic. But I'm also, Neuralink. Thank you, Jack. Exactly. Source experience. Yeah, sure. Alright. For Green Ninja, first we have the High Priestess. Then the Page of Swords, and the Four of Pentacles. The High Priestess, the Page of Swords, and the Four of Pentacles. The Four of Pentacles is such a good trigger word. Okay, Green Ninja. Okay. This is a intuition of conservation. And I think I'm getting the sense that it's like the struggle to convince people of your intuition to conserve some kind of resource. So it's kind of like, this is like the moment when, was it David? Bible scholars in the chat, help me out here. Was it I know David had dreams, but was it David who had the dream? I think it was, that encouraged the Pharaoh to conserve the grain, and then David's dream was correct. Joseph, thank you. You're so right. Thank you. Yeah, that's the vibe here. Except the vibe might be more like they are not believing you. The Pharaoh is unconvinced, but you have this deep intuition that some kind of resource should be, that some kind of resource should be conserved, alright? Some kind of resource should be conserved. Perhaps a dream, or perhaps just a sort of premonition, intuition. We need to save something. and it's something that's hard for you to explain to people. Okay, let's get 2 more cards. We have the Ace of Swords, the 3 of Swords, and the Knight of Swords. Okay, this is Punisher mode. I actually don't know who the Punisher is. I don't know who or what the Punisher is, but that's the word I'm saying. So maybe it's not like the Punisher in whatever pop culture context or in whatever pop culture version that is, because I don't know who that is. But what's happening here is that people did not believe you. People didn't believe you, and guess what? You were right, and everyone is going to realize that you were right, and everyone is going to suffer because they didn't listen to you, and you're going to suffer too because you care about them. You care about them. You're trying to help people because you have an intuition of something coming, right? And they're not believing you, and you're all going to be punished for it. Very Cassandra, okay? Very Cassandra. And this is you being a little angry about it. This is you saying, okay, now y'all better listen whenever I say stuff. Y'all better pay attention next time I'm like, hey, we should preserve the grain. Y'all better pay attention next time I say we should preserve the grain. Alright, let's get an oracle card too. Told you so. The turtle and coriander, satisfaction, dark satisfaction. This is the told you so of like, we're all fucked now. Don't you wish you would have listened to me? A very dark satisfaction, but a satisfaction nonetheless. A comeuppance. Again, the unfortunate part is that like you are also kind of at the, what is it? You're also at, what's the word? You're also victimized here by the choices of other people, right? Conserving the grain, it's not something you could have done by yourself, right? This was something everyone should have listened to you. You're on the hike with people, and you wanted to go one way when you got lost, and everyone else decided to go the other way. And even though you're all lost together now, and that they all wish they would have listened to you, you're all lost, but it still feels a little bit satisfying to hear everyone say, damn, we should have listened to Green Ninja. That is what is happening here at Green Ninja. So I wish you luck with that one, okay? I wish you luck. Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that you enjoyed, and I hope that it resonated. Vans, thank you so much for your $3 tip. I appreciate it. Please let me know if you would like a reading. Please let me know if you would like a reading. Or anything. Alright. Is Ferome still here for their reading? I know they said that they have power issues. Alright, bands, let's do a reading for you. Let's do a reading for Vans. Alright, thank you, Destructicon. We will reserve Ferome's reading for next time. Okay, for Vans we have the Emperor, And the 10 of Pentacles coming out once again. And the 9 of Pentacles. Okay, fantastic, Vans. Absolutely fantastic reading. Oh, this is extreme prosperity. And not only that, this is like hidden prosperity and power, quiet power. This is you achieving comfort and power. I guess I shouldn't call it quiet power, because everyone knows that you have a lot of power and influence, but your personal life is your own. That's what's here in this 9 of Pentacles. The 9 of Pentacles is kind of a solitary card, and the Emperor is quite a solitary card as well. But the Emperor obviously has a lot of power and influence and serves the people. The Emperor is a card of public service. And then the 10 of Pentacles is prosperity. So what I'm seeing here for you, Vans, is that you are in a place of power and influence where people depend on you and admire you. And you are very comfortable and secure in that place of power and influence, but also your personal life, your spiritual life, your inner thoughts aren't bleeding out into the people. Your personal life is still very sacred and very your own. So you have that glorious combination of privacy and power. Privacy and power, which is pretty awesome. Let's get an oracle card as well. Just a quick little oracle card. Perfect. The cat and lavender. Independence. Independence, 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 independence. Independence. Again, power, invulnerability, control, and influence. Very, very strong reading there. Congratulations to you, fans. Congratulations. It's Bunny. Hello, it's Bunny. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, raiders. Hello, raiders. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I am so glad to have you. So glad to have you. So glad to have you. So glad. Glad, 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 glad to have you all here today. Thank you, Bunny, 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 Bunny. Hello, I hope you're having a wonderful stream. I am, Bunny, I am having a wonderful stream. Thank you so much for bringing your community here. For those of you who are here for the first time, my name is Sleepy, and I make ASMR on Twitch and on YouTube. I'm actually dual streaming on YouTube right now for the first time in a very long time. So if you want to watch the stream on YouTube, then in my little description, there's main YouTube and throne and stream YouTube. If you click stream YouTube, that's where it should be, okay? That's where it should be. So there you go. But I'm so excited to meet you all. Hello, welcome in, welcome in. Good to hear. Thank you for taking them. I'm gonna grab some food and go into lurk mode. Girl, eat up, okay? Eat up. Streaming burns so many brain calories. You work up an appetite. I'm with you. I'm with you. I hope you have a good lurk and a good snack. Honestly, I don't know how it makes me so hungry. Dude, it's probably, at least in part for me, how many times we talk about food. I feel like food is just a constant conversation. Oh my gosh, double raid. Hello, Kenny ASMR. Hello. Welcome in, welcome raiders, welcome raiders. I'm so glad to have you. Hello. Welcome. My name is Sleepy, and I make ASMR on Twitch and YouTube. Right now, I'm on Twitch and YouTube, so if you want to check out the YouTube, it should be in my description under Stream YouTube. But I am very glad to meet you all. Welcome in. Thank you so much, Kenny. Thank you, Kenny. And Gisley, I did see your tip. Thank you so much for your tip. I would love to give you a reading, a little tarot reading. Let's see what the cards have for Gisley. Gisley. We have the Chariot, and a Death, and the Knight of Cups. Very interesting. So I am seeing a pass the torch moment here with the Knight of Cups. Gisley, I think that soon you are going to give someone the gift of your own journey or your own legacy, if that makes sense. The Chariot is steering towards success and expansion and revolution and the future, okay? The Chariot is just striving towards the future at full speed. It's that like early stage of the video game where you've figured out the how the combat works, and it's really easy. It's like after the stage where you don't know what the heck you're doing, and it's before the stage of when it gets really hard. You're just going and you're going and it feels good, right? Death here is the moment where you decide of your own free will, you decide that you've achieved enough, and then the Knight of Cups is you, of your own free will, giving someone the gift of your own journey, whether that means taking on an apprentice and teaching them in the same way that you were taught and becoming a teacher rather than a practitioner, or it might mean letting someone else continue your journey and you doing something else. But either way, it's going to be you giving someone a gift, and that gift is the journey that you loved to be on, okay? The journey that you loved to be on. What a lovely cozy stream. Have a good night, chat, and Sleepy going to bed. Good night, Kenny. I hope you sleep well. Thank you so very much for stopping by. Thank you. Alright, let's get an oracle card for Gisley as well. An oracle card. We have the lizard and pitcher plant, which is stagnation. So I think that's reflecting kind of the death card, which is interesting because death is usually transformation, but seeing death riding off the back of the Chariot, I think is a transformation towards stagnation. So this is making me think that it has more to do with you perhaps becoming a teacher, right? Not that teachers aren't learning, but it's passing the torch of the mission, the journey to the younger generation, and your goal becomes one of, raising other people up rather than kind of pursuing your own grandeur and success. Thank you very much for letting me read for you, Gisley. I hope that resonated, and I hope that you enjoyed. I hope that you enjoyed. I hope that you enjoyed. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, Peacekeeper. Hello, Peacekeeper. How are you doing? How are you doing? And Fuzz and Andropar. Fuzz and Andropar. Thank you for gifting subs. Thank you for gifting subs. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. P, click, H, sk, U, shk, C, C, shk, 21. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And Andropar. Andropar, Andropar. A, click, and shk, D, sk, R, click, O, shk, B, A, shk, R, 1, 1, 5, click. Thank you so much, Andropar, for gifting us up. And Fuzzy Fuzz, Fuzzy Fuzzy Fuzz, Fuzzy Fuzz. Y'all got a raid list? Roaches and ants and termites. Those are the things I kill with raid. Personally. You better not kill badgers. You know, I've never encountered a badger. If a badger attacked me, I do think it's morally justifiable for me to kill the badger. But just because if a badger attacked me, I believe I ought to kill the badger, doesn't mean that I would. I might sacrifice my life for the badger, and then badger could be the streamer. I don't even think y'all would mind. I don't even think y'all would mind if I was replaced by a badger. I'm not gonna lie. Badgers are pretty based. Badgers are pretty based. I control all the badgers. You're safe. Oh, thank you so much, Badger Master. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Looks like you already have with that mic cover. Looks an awful lot like my Aunt Judy. Oh my gosh, Badger Master. I think I know your Aunt Judy, and I actually got this mic cover fashioned to look like her because I think she's so fashionable. I think she's like just an absolute slay queen. And so I was like, oh my god, Judy, like, please, like, tell me your secrets. I want a mic cover that looks like you. You know what I mean? And she was very sweet about it. She was very sweet about that. Good night, drooling and twitching. Have a good night. Have a good night. You know, recently on my walks, I've had a lot more dog encounters. A lot more. I don't know what's changed about me. Something has changed within me, okay? Because I've always been a dog lover, and I've always gotten along with dogs. But recently, like within the past month, dogs, pay more attention to me than they used to. Like well-trained dogs. Well-trained, I don't know what's happened. I'm not trying to brag. I'm seriously not. Well-trained dogs are obsessed with me. They will pull their owners to me against their will. I don't know why. I don't know what's happened. Do you happen to be rolling around in dog treat bags? No, I'm not. But there's something has changed chemically or something, because at least twice the owners have been vocal to me about it and been like, that's a very unusual reaction for them, or they don't usually jump on people, I'm so sorry, or I'm surprised they stopped. So I don't know why it's happening. And then other times I can just kind of tell that people are surprised, but they don't necessarily like say it. But today on my walk, I had 2 dogs like kind of refuse to not pay attention to me, and so eventually I just had to, they were big dogs and they were like pulling, they weren't letting their owners continue walking forward when I was behind them. The dog just wanted to pay attention to me. And one of my best friends from Louisiana had a rescue dog. Loved that dog so much. And I love, like, people who have rescue dogs. Hats off to them. They are doing the Lord's work, truly. This rescue dog did have, like, a history of being abused, and so it was a very traumatized dog. And this dog was the sweetest dog, but like probably not the kind of dog that you would want to have in a baby with a small animal, or have in a house with a small animal, or a baby. I don't know what I just said, but I think I just said that wrong. You don't want to have this dog around very, very breakable humans or very breakable animals. And the dog looked really sweet, and the dog didn't really look traumatized. And so I grew up as a dog lover, surrounded by dogs that I loved and dogs that loved me. But this friend of mine really taught me a lot about what it was like to own a dangerous dog, because people would walk up to that dog whenever she would take it on walks. The dog's name was Daisy, so I'm just gonna call the dog Daisy. But so people would walk up to Daisy because Daisy looked really sweet, and my friend, the owner, would have to say, like, hey, stop, they're not nice, they're not nice, like, don't pet the dog, because the dog would look sweet, but once you put your hand out, it would get really scared. It might bite you. And, if a dog bites a human's hand off, it could be put down by the law. So my friend was always in fear that someone would pet her dog on a walk. Some kid, or some sweet old lady, or some stupid man trying to hit on her or something by petting her dog. Someone would wind up getting their hand cut off. So she would go walk her dog at like 11 p.m., try to just do it when people weren't around. But anyway, because she taught me so much about her fears and her experience with this dog, I never, ever, ever pet dogs without like explicit permission from the owner. And not only do I not pet them, I don't even ask if I can pet them. I always keep my hands like behind my back, and if a dog comes up to me, I look at the owner and I say, are they nice? And I think a lot of owners, they assume that I'm afraid of dogs when I do that, because I really do kind of keep my distance and I'm cautious. And to be honest, I'm not afraid of the dog. I'm afraid of putting the dog or the owner like in a dangerous situation by me acting inappropriately. So I do act cautiously around dogs, but I love them so much, and I can't keep the smile off my face, so I do feel like sometimes I give them, like, mixed signals, because I'm, like, on the other side of the street, like, smiling at the dog, and the dog is, like, trying to pull its owner towards me, and I'm keeping my hands behind my back, but like continuing to smile at the dog because I can't not. And then the owner, like, it's the same interaction every time. Like they feel guilty, like, for disturbing me on my walk or whatever. And I say, oh, are they nice, or is he nice, or whatever. And so far, everyone's always like, yeah, of course. And I'm like, okay. And then I like pet them a little bit. But man, it's happened a lot recently. Like in the past week, it's probably happened like 6 times that I've gotten to pet a stranger's dog. It used to happen, maybe once a month. So I don't know what's happening. I don't know why all these dogs are attracted to me right now. But I've been petting so many dogs. It's great. But all good things must come to an end. I'm sure it will end eventually. Unfortunately, not a Time Lord. Thank you so much for your sub. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your sub. Thank you so much for your sub. Thank you. Click, not a Time Lord. N-O-Sh-K T-A click T click I dot L-Sh-K Sh-K E-L-O-Sh-K R-Sh-K D click 1. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm always like trying to keep myself from staring at people even when their outfit is really cool, but I will stare down a dog from across the street any day. Yeah, I feel that. Absolutely. There's this one dog that I've never pet because the dog is very well trained and the owner seems to be a very quiet sort of older man. He kind of keeps to himself. I can tell he's not a social butterfly, not trying to be out there. But this dog, I always make eye contact with it, and anytime I make eye contact with it, its little tail starts to wag. So I think that dog and I have like a little secret friendship. There's been times when the person is like pretty far away, walking their dog like up a hill, and I'm like way down the hill, and I'll turn a corner and I'll see that dog, and they'll like stop at the top of the hill and like turn around and wag their tail, and then I usually smile back, but whenever the dog starts getting stubborn, the owner will turn around, and then I'll like avert my gaze and pretend like I wasn't like, smiling at the dog. Because I feel like he doesn't, want to socialize, which is fine. Totally fine. Secret dog friendship without the owner knowing. Exactly. Destructicon. Exactly. Actually. So I am on a new mission to make my mama's pralines. I want to make my mama's pralines vegan, okay? I am from Louisiana. I love Louisiana desserts. I love Louisiana cooking, and yet I have never made my own pralines. I have never made them. I have enjoyed them from my mama and from my aunts, but I've never made them myself. It is a pecan treat, for those of y'all who don't know. Technically, in the culinary world, I think it would be called a candy, but they're kind of treated more like cookies. They look like cookies, but they don't have any flour in them. They're really all just like butter and sugar and milk, I think, and pecans. It's like peanut brittle, kind of. Yeah, it's a little bit more... There's a little bit more substance than peanut brittle. They're not just crunchy. Like peanut brittle is brittle. It's like a crunchy, cracky thing. But pecans are kind of thick, and you might mistake them for having flour in them if you don't know any better, but they don't. They kind of have a cookie vibe. They have a cookie vibe. They're treated like cookies, but they're technically a candy. Yeah, it's somewhere between fudge and a peanut brittle. I think that's a great way to describe it. Somewhere between fudge and brittle. Or cookie, yeah. But yeah, I grew up eating my mama's pralines, like, all the time. They're so good. And they're a southern thing. I mean, I don't know if they're just Louisiana or if it's all the South. If there's any Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Arkansas reps in the chat, let me know. Maybe Texas, maybe all of pralines, I'm not really sure. But it's definitely a South Louisiana thing. Are they a little crunchy but not too dry? They're not really crunchy. The pralines within them are crunchy, but I really wouldn't describe them as crunchy. And I would say they're kind of dry. They're pretty dry, but they kind of melt in your mouth. They're dry, but they melt in your mouth. Does that make sense? They're super shelf stable, which again is kind of what puts them in the category of candy. I mean, I remember my mama used to make a giant, like, hundreds of pralines around Thanksgiving, and we would still be eating them like around Christmas, and they would be spread throughout the town, you know. And sometimes I would go to her house if it was like the beginning of December, like kind of between Thanksgiving and Christmas. There would be like 3 plates of pralines on the table because every old lady in the neighborhood made a giant batch of pralines, and they're all like sharing them. And everyone's family does it in a slightly different way, but they're basically all the same. They're all just like these little pecan cookie kind of things, but they're super shelf stable. You can put them in a tin, you can put them on a plate, and you can really like leave them there for like a month and they'll be fine just sitting there. But I want to make my mama's pralines, and I want to make them vegan, and I think I can do it because they're super simple. Like, they're not a hard thing to make. They're not a hard thing to make, but they're not usually vegan. And I think the best substitute for the milk is going to be coconut milk. Although I might try oat milk. My mama's recipe uses condensed milk, so I'm going to try to use condensed coconut milk. And so coconut has a pretty strong flavor. It's like a really strong flavor. Usually whenever I do vegan baking, I would not use coconut as a substitute for any kind of milk because it really does flavor foods. But I'm going to try it because condensed vegan milk pretty much only comes from coconut. I don't think I agree, Taylor, almond would go better, but they don't really make condensed almond milk. They don't make it, and I want to make it as close to my mama's recipe as possible. So that's why I want to use condensed thing. But I did find on Amazon condensed oat milk, which might... What if you condense it yourself? I don't know how to do it. I don't know, and I just want to get a can. So my mama's recipe, one of the funny things about my mama's praline recipe, this is a secret, okay? Southern secret. You about to hear it? Are you ready? My mama's old Southern praline recipe was very novel for its time because her recipe, written by hand in a photo that I have on my phone, was extremely novel and special because she invented, at least the first one in her neighborhood, the first microwave praline recipe. I'm sure other people have done it that way now. But, when she was, like, at some point in her adulthood, microwaves came out, and they were so exciting. And they were like air fryers. Girls of my generation are like, we get ridiculously hype about, like, air fryer recipes, And my mama's generation, they got ridiculously, hilariously hype about microwave recipes. And so she makes pralines in the microwave. And so that's what I want to do. And so part of me doing it traditionally is actually doing it like efficiently, like hilariously efficiently, like old lady efficiently. She's making somewhere between 100 and 100 and 200 pralines every year. She's batch cooking those in the microwave. And it makes me excited. I'm not gonna make 100 or 200. I might make like 30 or 40. But kind of depends. But either way, I want to use condensed coconut milk because it's most accessible to me. But if it tastes super weird, I might use condensed oat milk because I have found that on the internet. I have found that. But I'll probably do that. Like, geez, what's the date right now? It's the 20th. I'll probably try to make these pralines like within the next 2 days. So I'm pretty excited. What about condensed soy milk? I haven't been able to find it. I've not been able to find it. I've only been able to find condensed coconut milk and condensed oat milk. My local supermarket sells condensed oat milk. It's pretty good. Does it taste oaty? Does it taste very oaty? Can try ordering it off Amazon. Better get here fast. It better get here fast. If it's on Amazon, I better get it fast because I ain't got all these days to kill, alright? I gotta get my pecans going. I mean my pralines. I just called them pecans. I gotta get my pralines going. The microwave waits for no one. The microwave waits for no man. My bangs are so long right now. I'm really testing the limits right now to see how long I can grow my bangs. While keeping them still like bangs, you know what I mean? But this might be the longest they've ever been. They're pretty crazy. Tickling my eyelashes sometimes. Shook. Click. Is that the merch? Scratchy comb? It is not. You know, this comb actually came with my fox ears. And it was really designed for the fox ears. For the little fox ear acrylic fur. But I use it on my hair because I can. Hair brushing ASMR, anyone? Hair brushing. the comb is going to be able to get through this one. I think this is a job for the fingers. So, gym progress. In October, I kind of took a break from progressing. I was still going to the gym, but I wasn't going as much. I was going like 2 or 3 times a week, and focusing a little bit more on beginning running and stuff like that, going on more walks, going on more runs. And this month, I have also been doing the same thing, really. You had a deload month? Yeah, deload month, we'll call it that. This month I've really been doing the same thing, but I've still been, last night I had a little bit of validation because I, for the first time, made pretty significant upper body progress. Even though I've been going to the gym so much less. I've only been going like 3-ish times a week. And for the first time since September, I was able to like raise the weights on stuff I've been doing. And I've done a little bit on my lower body as well. But my upper body, for those of you who haven't been along on this journey with me since I've started working out, my upper body does not progress like ever, okay? I started working out in I think May consistently, and I've progressed very little with my upper body. Like very, 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 very little. My lower body has progressed steadily this whole time. Except in October when I kind of took a break. But yesterday at the gym I did upper body day and muscle size and strength. Yesterday I went to the gym and I increased the weight on my rows. I do cable rows, and I've been stuck doing 55-pound cable rows for a long time, for months, and now I can do 60-pound cable rows. 60 pounds, 60 pounds, 60 pound cable rows. And on the crunchy crunch machine, the crunchy pound machine, the crunchy pound machine. Sorry, don't think about that. I was doing sorry. I was doing I'm so sorry. I've got the giggles on the crunch machine. I have been doing 95-pound crunches for months. 95 pounds, which honestly is a lot. Okay, I am not ashamed of my ab strength. My abs are pretty good for the rest of my body. I remember even in high school, like, I think I was pretty lucky with like ab strength genetics because I struggled on every like thing and every kind of physical exercise in high school except for crunches and sit-ups. I always like performed closer to the top of my class with the crunches and the sit-ups. But now I can do 100-pound crunches on the ab machine. 100-pound crunches on the crunch machine, which is exciting. So that's cool. And then what else did I do? I think that's basically it as far as progress. Unfortunately, though, I feel like my lateral raises, these ones, I feel like they've gotten weaker. My bicep curls, I've progressed, not in weight, but I can do more reps than I used to. I used to do 10 reps of 10 pounds, and now I can do like 12 reps of 10 pounds, so that's fun. But my lateral raises, I feel like I'm not able to do them as much as I used to, because I used to do 10 reps of 10 pounds, 3 sets, and now I do like 8 or 9 reps of 10 pounds. So I don't know what's happened there. I've like regressed. My lateral raises have regressed. Which is fine. I guess that just sometimes happens. But my squat and my deadlift are the same weight. I do 95 pounds for both of them. But it used to be 85 pounds. So I've progressed on my squat and deadlift as well. And I'm very excited about that. I'm very excited. Oh yes, and of course my calf raises. My calf raises, I do 130-pound calf raises. 130-pound calf raises. Hello, the Lilaxu. Welcome to the chat. Welcome. I think you'd be good at pull-ups. You think wrong. You think wrong, Mark. I would not be. Weren't we at 210 before? No, we were at 120. And now we're at 130. Are you still doing Jacob's Ladder? Not really. Mostly because I'm running now. I have less of a desire to do like extra cardio at the gym. But every now and then I'll do like a couple minutes. You feel a little better with night gym schedule? I feel a little bit better with it. Yeah, maybe I'm getting more used to it. Hello, Dinky Sneed. Welcome to the chat. And hello, Junebug. Welcome to the chat. Welcome. Welcome to the chat now. Welcome to the chat now. Welcome to the chat now. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. Welcome. Welcome to the chat. Welcome. Welcome to the chat. Crispy Bacon, thank you for the sub. I appreciate the sub. Thank you for the sub. crispy bacon. CHRISP Bishk Click CONO94 and luladas, luladas, luladas. Thank you for the sub, luladas. LULADAS. Thank you for your prime. Thank you, thank you. Hallelujah. 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 Are there any church pastors that stream mass? 100%. I'm not sure if they do it on Twitch, but they absolutely do it on YouTube. Absolutely. Many, many, many churches. Many churches do it on YouTube. Definitely priests do, but I also have seen like evangelical pastors stream church services as well for the protesters out there. I want to start calling the Protestants protesters again, because Protestants just used to be the word for protesters. I think it's funny. I think it's funny to reinvigorate the feud, okay? People in religious circles are all like, we religious people should unite against the atheists. I think we should stay divided for the sake of, like, diversity or something. And I think calling the Protestants protesters would be a good way to do that. Because then no one would, no one would understand, like, which protesters we're talking about in the world. Like the civil rights protesters, the feminist protesters, the Black Lives Matter protesters, or the Protestants. And, like, that's pretty funny. Sleepy wants more schisms? Look, I want a rhythm with the schism. Rhythm with the schism. Rhythm with the schism. If I made merch that said rhythm with the schism, and there was like Christian, like, symbols on it, do you think y'all would buy that? It wouldn't really be always slightly sleepy merch, though. It would kind of just be religious merch. Rhythm with the schism. Wait, I actually have a question, though. Protestants, I feel like they don't have a lot of, like, Christianity has a lot of symbols, but I feel like Catholicism has a lot of symbols. But I feel like when it comes to symbols that directly reference Protestantism, really the only one I can think of is the cross. Are there symbols that directly reference Protestantism specifically, rather than, like, overall Christianity, other than the cross? The fish? I kind of feel like that's general Christianity, because Catholics definitely use the fish too. But the Catholics do a crucifix rather than a cross usually. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe the fish is a Protestant thing. We use it a lot. Okay. So we can do like a fish on one side and then like the Virgin Mother or like the fish and then like the Pax, what's it called? Is it just called Pax? Pax whatever. Difference between cross and crucifix. Yes, there's a secret code. There's a secret code among young Christian people of a courting age, okay? Where you wear a cross or a crucifix to show that you're Christian, you're in the Christian club. But the Protestants wear just a cross and the Catholics wear a crucifix. So you know who the more viable courtships are. But the kind of the reason is that I think, and cross people, let me know if I say this right, because I've obviously learned it from a Catholic perspective, and you might have a more nuanced way of explaining it, but from what I've learned, they prefer the cross because depicting like the dead, broken, sad Jesus is like seen as a sad thing, and they like to focus more on the resurrection aspect, the empty cross, the God that has left the cross and survived, whereas Catholics are like, bloody Jesus. You know, we really like our like bloody, tortured, like crown of thorns, wound, blood everywhere, water coming out, maybe a snake and a skull and like all kinds of details, because I guess we just like the story. You know what I mean? We're really into the death part. Or is the dove more Pentecostal? I mean, I think the dove is just the Holy Spirit, so I think the dove is for all Christians. But I mean, maybe the Pentecostals, since Pentecost is all Holy Spirit-y, maybe the Pentecostals have a little bit more of a monopoly on the dove. I'm not really sure. I like the shade of blue of your hoodie today. Why, thank you. This is the hoodie that Aunt Olivia got for me. And honestly, I like the color of it too. I actually like almost never wear this color, but it matches my eyes. It makes me feel like I should wear this color more, but like I never wear it. I never wear this color except for this hoodie is the only thing I have in this color. But it like actually does match my eyes, which I think is kind of nice. And it makes me feel like I should own more things like this. But I don't. Ah, the cross and flame. You know, I think the cross and flame is very Methodist. The Catholics don't do the cross and flame very often. That's a pretty good one. I think pyrotheology, which is Peter Rollins's theological tree, he also uses the cross and flame, but I don't think he would say that he's Methodist. The cross was originally a pagan symbol, that's why they incorporated the cross plus him, not to confuse. Ah, that's an interesting take. I don't like the idea that the cross was originally a pagan symbol. 'Cause I don't know. That's like saying like the triangle was originally an Egyptian shape. Like, I don't know. I feel like the cross is just a kind of ubiquitous symbol used by pagans and also everyone because it's so simple. So adding Jesus to like be more specific, to totally makes sense for the early Catholics. But when you say the cross was originally a pagan symbol, I know I'm being so nitpicky. Glory Taj, you're right. Let me iterate that you're right. I'm just like going editor mode on your comment for no reason. But the cross, which was originally a pagan symbol, makes it sound like all the pagans were like agreeing and united. And that, I don't think that's true. But because there's many different flavors of paganism all throughout Europe and the Middle East and all of that. But yes, it makes sense that the early Christians would want to show Jesus on the cross to distinguish themselves. Mortis, thank you so much. I'm so sorry for missing your sub. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Mortis. Mortis. M, click, O, shk, R, sk, D, click, I, dot, S, shk, click, 0, shk, 3, sk. Thank you. And Evan 1606, thank you. E, click, V, A, shk, M, click, N, click, 1, 6, shk, 0, shk, 6, shk. Thank you. Evan. Thank you very much. I appreciate very much. Sleepy, have you heard about the restaurant in Maine that sedates lobsters with weed smoke so that they don't feel as much pain when they kill them? No, I have not. But now I have. What if Jesus was the cross and on fire? Was that ever a thing? Crucifixion and burning at the stake at the same time? I don't know. I don't know if that was ever a thing. I know people, during them Roman times, I know they would sometimes be creative and extra cruel with their executions. So I don't know. I will say though, Romans were very much about crucifixion. Correct me if I'm wrong, historians, but I think burning at the stake was really something that happened more after Rome was Christianized. And I don't know if Christianized Rome was crucifying people as much. Probably, maybe because it reminded them of Jesus. But Christianized Rome would burn heretics. I mean, I shouldn't say that in quotations. They were heretics, but, they didn't necessarily deserve to be burned. And Rome would execute criminals, right, with crucifixion. But I don't know, so I have two questions. Did Rome burn people at the stake? Did pre-Christian Rome burn people at the stake? And also did post-Christian Rome crucify people? I don't know. I do not know. Alright, in chat we have, it wasn't until late Rome that they burned people. I love learning history from chat. Honestly, it's pretty reliable. Y'all are great. My chat is all messed up on Twitch. I'm trying to fix it. I need to be educated by chat about ancient Rome. Dude, my Restream client is also all messed up. It just told me like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times that I've received 1,000 messages today. It didn't need to tell me that 6 times though. Destructicon says it was only after Constantine that they started with the burning. Gotcha. Kiberos says crucifixion was apparently banned after AD 337. I wonder if that was because of Christianity. Like, I wonder if it was like too Jesus-y. Like, Jesus was very popular at that time, right? So it would have been pretty, like, weird to crucify people. It was? Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. The one alien flower says, as a pagan, I was about to say paleo. As a pagan, I've never used the cross. I didn't even know it was a pagan symbol. Yeah. Well, again, it's like pagan is just like not a monolith, you know? Like, when you say as a pagan, I'm sure you mean something's, you're not just like a pagan, you're like a specific pagan, you know? That would be like me saying like pagan is kind of as non-specific as me saying like I'm a mono, like I'm a monotheist. Is that what it's called? I'm like totally blanking right now. That's what it's called when you believe in one God, right? I'm a monotheist. Yeah, exactly. It's like a massive umbrella term. It's a massive umbrella term, Mortis. So like, that one alien flower, you don't need to be using crosses if they're not in your system. In the same way that, like, as a monotheist myself, it would be weird if I started using like Hindu symbology everywhere. It's a massive umbrella. But yeah, it's also like a pretty, the cross is a pretty standard symbol, I would say, in the same way that like triangles are and hearts are. Like, it's pretty easy for it to worm its way into different traditions. We all love our circles. I don't know if there's any religion that's like, we don't use the circle symbol. But I think it would also be weird if you were like in monotheism, the circle is the circle is a symbol of monotheism. Like, give me a break. Give me a break. It's just, you know, we all use the circle, we all use the triangle. I don't feel like we use squares too often because they're so damn boring, but like, we're not anti-square. And crosses are kind of one of those, like, yeah, they're so in our subconscious. It's like the crossroads, the multiple paths, the multiple choices. What will you do? Like, crosses. They're a very, human subconscious living shape. This is actually one of the, kind of the misconceptions, I would say, that a lot of people have about, Christianity and its clash with the pagan world. In different areas, that clash was not always the same. In the Anglo-Saxon world, they were massive fans of Christianity. Like, they really were. They, like, and the way it's framed sometimes is like the Christians came and they stole pagan holidays. And that has and can be true in other parts of the world, but specifically in the Anglo-Saxon world, that's like not the way it happened. It was really more that there was a sort of like Celtic religion there, Celtic pagan druidic religion there. And whenever Christianity came, they were like hype about it as well. And so during the holidays that they already had, they were also celebrating Christianity. And it was a pretty like exciting transition for most people. And most of the Celtic holidays as well fall on, agricultural dates and holidays. And so even though there is a pagan meaning for that time of year, like the harvest or the winter or the whatever it is, like those are times of year that are experienced by everyone regardless of faith. Like everyone experiences the cold and dark of winter. Everyone experiences the celebration of the harvest. When Christians celebrate the harvest, when Christians celebrate the sun coming out after winter, they're not doing a pagan. Like they're just like happy to be warm. You know what I mean? And so they celebrate as well. And they bring their own culture into it. So it's like a pretty, it was a pretty fluid situation in many parts of Europe. And then in some parts of Europe, of course, it was not. But it's important to, really for the sake of not committing cultural erasure, and assuming simplicity where there's actually something like beautiful and nuanced, you should, when making hot takes about, or what feels like a hot or bold take about history, you should actually like look into it. You can't just like make a blanket statement of like, Christianity stole all the holidays, or, pagans were all flower children. Like, neither of those two things is true. Or saying that pagans were all like wearing skulls and dancing around naked and throwing blood on people. Also not true. Like, there were German pagans, there were Italian pagans, there were Norwegian pagans, there were Celtic pagans, there were all kinds of pagans. And they were all doing different kinds of things. There were pagans on ships. There were pagans in caves. And there were also Christians in ships and caves in Italy and Germany and all these places. And it happened differently. It all happened differently in different places. And yeah, it's good to look into whatever you're yapping about. You know what I mean? I have a friend who always says that, that pagans had holidays stolen. Personally, I just think people had ideas shared, and I like my version better. Yeah, I mean, it really is the most humanistic way to view it. Like, I think it is easy to look at the past and kind of treat past humans as all of them as violent, barbaric children who are at different levels of civilization, They were all violent, barbaric, imperialistic people, and the strong conquered the weak. And we just there's history and then there's now. And in history, they were all just conquering and killing. And actually, there were many, history is massive. It's massive. And we have had pretty much these same brains the whole time. And we all celebrate the harvest, no matter our religion. We all celebrate the sun. We all come together in the cold. We all come together in the storms. And when lightning strikes, we all tell spooky stories. And it's not because we're dumb and barbaric. We still do that today. And we did that back then. And in the same way that there's a lot of people who get very excited about multiculturalism and pluralism today, there have always been people in the past who get excited about pluralism and multiculturalism. There have always been people in the past who are excited about foreigners and foreign ideas, and there have also always been people who have been afraid of foreigners and foreign ideas. And throughout history, you can't even make a blanket statement on whether or not that's a good attitude. there's probably been some societies in history, right, who have been maybe conquered by bad people, and it would maybe make sense. When I say bad people, I mean people perhaps bringing a set of ideas that was more violent, or set of ideas that didn't actually make sense for the people living there, like bringing architecture that wouldn't make sense for that kind of land, or bringing animals that would overrun the local population. Like, there have probably been waves of people in the past who had a negative effect, and there's been waves of people in the past who have had a positive effect, and it's all just, it's all just humans being humans. It's all just human being humans, and it's all okay. It's all okay. It's all okay. Because we love each other. I think humans are like crazy. Like, we're so pro-human, we just can't stop loving each other. We really can't. We have such a humanistic instinct in us to adore one another. I think whenever we do the bad and the war and the sad, it's usually with a lot of conflict within us that we do that, and it's usually a really strange set of circumstances that causes that. I think the instinct is pretty much always to welcome people and to love people, which is pretty cool. Are you pro-colonialism if it has a positive effect? I have a feeling that if it has a positive effect, it probably wouldn't be characterized as colonialism, you know what I mean? If a local folk is saying, like, I'm feeling colonized, then it's probably not having a positive effect. You know what I mean? But if we are, like, totally alienated from the situation, and we're looking at history or something, and we're talking about, like, were these, this group of people were colonizers and this group of people is colonized, was it good because they brought stuff? Yeah, I think it's possible. Like, for example, Rome is probably a pretty good example of this. Rome conquered, like, most of Europe and some of Africa, right? And they brought literacy to places that didn't have literacy. They brought roads. They brought so many resources all around Europe. And it was definitely something that you could characterize as colonization, right? And there were probably people who didn't like it. But we are so far away from them, and it's hard to know, like, it's hard to know what it was really like because we weren't there, right? But I feel like most of us look at the advancements of the Roman Empire, and especially in Europe, people look at that as yeah, I'm glad they brought roads here, and like medicine and literacy. But yeah, there was probably bad stuff that happened too. I don't know if I feel comfortable saying, like, I'm pro-colonialism if it has a positive effect. I think my real take is more like, there's positive and negative effects of everything, especially when it comes to analyzing history. Am I pro-colonialism if it has a positive effects? No. But I do think that we should look at the history of the world and note what positive effects colonialism has had. Without saying we're pro-colonialism, we can look at a colonized people and say, a good thing happened, also a bad thing happened, and that's what happened. That's what happened. That is what happened. We don't need to be pro or against. Yeah, exactly, Foucault. Foucauldian-esque. Exactly. I completely agree. You said, I tend to agree with your basic point, but the Romans also committed genocide on such a massive scale that they were able to shift ethnic compositions of provinces they conquered. Exactly. Exactly. Am I pro-colonialism if it has positive effects? No. But I do think that we should look at history and say, this was a time of colonization. These were the good things that happened. These were the bad things that happened. Or even more, what I really think is what we should do is say, this is a period of colonization. These are the things that happened. Go feel your feelings. You know? These are the things that happened. Go feel your feelings outside of the classroom. You student. Exactly, stickers. History, as incomplete our perspective may be, does make that hindsight easier, what worked and what didn't. Absolutely, 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 absolutely. Absolutely, 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 absolutely. Alright, my friends, I am going to go take a quick 5-minute break, and then I will be back for more tingles. More tingles, 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 more tingles. I will be back soon, be back soon. I'm back. I'm back. I know y'all were worried I would never come back, but I'll always come back for you, okay? I'm never gonna forget about you. Hello. And hello, Sanchobe. Thank you very much for your tip. I see it with my eyes. Thank you, chat, for being nice and quiet. So that Sanchobe's tip was right at the top of chat still. And I'm able to see it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Sanchobe. I would love to give you a reading. Let's see what the cards have for Sanchobe. Sanchobe. 7 of Pentacles. 10. 10 of Wands. And the Moon. Interesting, Sanchobe. This is you, let me think of a metaphor here. This is you harvesting something, so to speak, working really hard. I'm not going to do a metaphor. I'm going to be normal. This is you working really hard on something and coming to the end of the project and doing a good job by all accounts, but by the time the project is done, you don't really like it anymore. So to speak in metaphorical language, it's kind of like you growing citrus, growing a grapefruit, and being super hype about it, and your grapefruit tree is big and beautiful, and then you finally bite into your first grapefruit, and you're like, I don't even like grapefruit. But I did do a good job, and everyone can see that I did a good job. But I don't actually like this. I guess I'm glad it exists, but I'm also glad to move on. I'm glad to move on. Glad to move on. Oh man, that's like all my projects, yeah. It's this one too. It's this one too, Sanchobe. Let's see what the oracle cards have. Click, 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 click. We have the porcupine, and anemone, 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 anemone. Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. Getting carried away. The porcupine and anemone. Boundaries. I forgot to read that part of it. It says boundaries underneath it. This is a card about boundaries. That's the important part. Yeah, I think that, you know how usually people talk about separating the art from the artist as something you should do for other people? Hey, whatever art you're consuming, just forget about who wrote it. This is you separating the art from the artist, but you're the artist. This is you looking at your project and being like, you know what? I just work here. This is me working at restaurants and serving people, animal foods. Serving people omelets. I made omelets on a food line. I'm vegan, Sometimes, and I know I made some damn good omelets, okay? And sometimes I just need to be like, you know what? I will separate this from me right now. Because I can't handle identifying with my work right now. So I'm just not. I just work here. And that's okay. Boundaries. Boundaries. Separate the art from the artist for yourself. Okay, Sanchope? You've got this. Thank you very much for letting me read for you. I hope that you enjoyed. Oh wait, let me read this. If there's enough interest, I've considered starting a service to upgrade Blue Yeti ports to USB-C if you're interested, and before I get burnt out. I don't have a Blue Yeti right now, so don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Although I do kind of want one. I kind of want to get one, because I don't have one right now, and like, I don't know. I love microphones as an ASMR artist, but I don't even have one, so relax, Sanchope. Relax, relax, relax. Agan, I'm 100% with you. Also, hello. Agan said, I might just be a dum-dum, but I always thought of anemones as being an underwater thing, but they're called sea anemones, which implies that there are anemones that aren't underwater, like land anemones, which there are. Yes. Yes, there are. Yes, there are. There are land anemones. Perhaps around every corner. I thought Blue Yetis were ice chests, and I was wondering why they needed USB ports. No, those are just Yetis, sometimes called Yeti coolers, okay? There's Yeti coolers, which are fancy and overpriced ice chests, and then there's Blue Yeti microphones, and then there's the Yeti, who is not on the market, and will kill you, probably, unless you offer a sacrifice to him in the winter time. Hello, Curry Frog, welcome in, welcome in. I do not have my tarot redeems for channel points open currently, but thank you for asking. Are there sky anemones or space anemones? Who knows? Who knows? I think people get that I mod for Sabrina mixed up with you for some reason. Oh, honestly, it's an honor. An honor to be mixed up with Sabrina. Jago, thank you for your prime. Thank you for your prime. Thank you for your prime, Jago. Thank you, thank you, thank you. J, click, H, G, click, 0, H. Thank you for your sub. Thank you for your sub. Thank you for your sub. Shkalabadub. Shkalabarabadub. Miss Sleeps, what are your thoughts on free will versus destiny? You know, if I'm to be, like, totally honest, I think my thoughts are kind of like, for my life experience, it doesn't matter, right? I definitely think that for, I don't think it matters, like, what the truth is in regards to that. I think life is better if we believe in the sort of dominance of free will rather than destiny for, like, our quality of life. Like, I think that leads to more happiness if we feel like we are autonomous, free thinking beings. I don't think that having free will necessarily, I think that the experience of being autonomous and free beings isn't at odds with things being predestined, because that's just a feeling, not like the truth, right? I also lean towards free will actually being real, I think, but more out of like a theological, more from a theological perspective than like a physicist's perspective. I believe in free will. But I'm completely uninterested in trying to prove it to anyone. And what I do know, and what I would feel comfortable proving, is that life is better if we at least all pretend like we are having free will. I think it's real, but I also think, even if you don't think it's real, we should at least pretend. We should at least be pretending here, because it makes all of our lives better. But yeah, I would never like argue that from like a physics perspective, because I don't think I could. And Saberwolf, thank you for your prime. Saberwolf. S, click, A, sh, B, click, R, sh, E, click, W, sh, O, up, sh. Thank you. I'm gonna crack my hand and my fingers, my wrist, okay? Warning, if you like cracky ASMR, then this is for you. If you don't, this is your warning. Okay, we're good. Thumb cracks. Can you do neck? I can, but I don't want to do that on stream. It's for special people. Look, you don't just crack your neck in front of anyone. Yeah, Ascovy. I mean, it kind of is. It kind of is a little bit of that, a little bit of Pascal's wager. If I wrongly believe one thing, it doesn't matter, but wrongly believing there is no free will would be kind of stupid. Yeah, kind of a Pascal's wager moment. Pascal's wager, though, is Pascal's wager. But in my head, I often accidentally call it Pachelbel's wager, which I think is funny. I don't know what that would be, Pachelbel's wager. Pachelbel, of course, being a composer who wrote that song that's always played at weddings. Jesu, Joy of Man's Desiring, I think is by Pachelbel. Right? But, yeah. That's a very wrong thing. Very wrong thing that I have to resist from saying. Pachelbel's wager. No, that's from Bach? Oh, is it? What did Pachelbel write? Pachelbel definitely wrote a wedding song. Canon in D? Ah, okay. Thank you, Green Ninja. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Shka, click, clack. Shka, click, clack. Shka, click, clack, 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 click, click, clack, click, clack, click, clack, click. A discussion I had with my brother recently: is free will inherently the opposite of destiny, or can both exist at the same time? I think the sensation of both can exist at the same time. Or I should say, I think the sensation of free will can definitely exist with the concept of destiny. The experience of free will, right? But I think whether or not they can exist at the same time strongly depends on your definition of destiny. Free will has a pretty solid and specific definition. I think destiny doesn't have as specific of a definition, so that definitely needs to be defined first. And there's probably some version of destiny that could not coexist with free will. But, for example, I think providence exists in harmony with free will. The idea of kind of God's providence, God's plan, can exist in conjunction with free will. But depending on your definition of destiny, if it's the same as providence, then yeah, that would be fine. But if it's like different, then no. Or maybe not. Maybe no. You know, stickers here bringing up destiny versus fate. Fate. The Anglo-Saxon term for this was dom. Dom. And it's where we get the word doom from. Doom. Your doom. You will meet your doom. It didn't mean doom, though, in Old English. Not in the way that we think of it. Nor was it exactly destiny or fate, because it was referring to your end, but it was also kind of referring to your duty, the culmination of everything that you've worked for is your dom. It's kind of similar to the idea of dharma in Hindu, except dharma doesn't also have the added layer of death to it. Dharma, from what I understand, is kind of like your duty, what you're supposed to do, what you're destined for, what you're made for, what you should do, right? Dom is kind of that, and it's also like what you're destined for, what you're perfect for is also going to be the thing that kills you. what you're perfectly made for is also going to be the thing that kills you. And that is a beautiful concept, and like a scary concept, and a profound concept. And it's all wrapped up in the word dom. Dom. And in Anglo-Saxon texts, that's usually translated as doom or fate. You'll see both. It's brought up a couple times in Beowulf. Beowulf's dom, Beowulf's fate, or Beowulf's doom. But neither of those words is really perfect. Belsiba, thank you for your prime. 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 Thank you so much for your prime. Up, click, click, ishk. L-S-I dot thishk. A. I wonder why doom ended up becoming a specifically negative version of that concept then. I think it's because, like, it is something that in the Anglo-Saxon conceptualization, it's not a thing you choose, right? So it's not exactly that stickers, because it's not the death someone would want for themselves. It's more like the death someone should accept for themselves. The death someone should accept because it's the highest version of them. But it is something that is, like, it's your dom is something that is not something you choose. It's something that's thrust upon you, something you're condemned to. But it also speaks to your highest potential and your highest virtues. Your dom is this: your duty, your death. Your potential, your duty, your death. Maybe that's a good way to say it. So I think it has a negative concept just because I think over time we started valuing freedom and individuality much more than we did back then. And so the kind of concept of being condemned in that sort of way to a specific death, even if it's one that is a noble death, it came to be thought of more of a punishment or a thing to be afraid of, and that's how it became your doom in the way we think of it. Your curse. Your curse. Agan says, depending on the context, would you say that destiny was a way to just enforce societal norms on people? I wouldn't say it like that. I would say invoking destiny can be a way to enforce societal norms on people. But I don't think destiny is a way to enforce societal norms on people, like, en masse. Like, I think it can be, but, like, I think there's a lot of words like that, which is why I wouldn't want to, like, single out destiny. Like, I think we do that a lot, hilariously enough. This is actually very interesting. So one of the, I would say, best lessons, very short lessons, I learned better big lessons, but one of the best short lessons that I learned in one of my history classes in college was that anytime a word, a kind of seemingly arbitrary word, starts to be like always starts to be like a chant for goodness within a culture, that's like a sign of propaganda. And I think it's true. And in America we do that with freedom, right? Freedom is good. I think destiny is good. But the way we invoke it, the way we invoke freedom, can absolutely be a way to enforce societal norms. The way we invoke destiny can absolutely be a way to enforce societal norms. Right now, I think we do something similar with hope as well. Yeah. And we do the same thing with reason, I think, a lot as well. Reason. Because reason is kind of like truth. It's like if you're, anytime there's a sign that's like truth, it's like, I feel like you're telling me your truth. You know what I mean? And reason is kind of the same. I love hope and freedom and diversity as ideals. I do love them, but they can be invoked in negative ways. You know, I will say, like, one of my least favorite yard signs that I saw, and this actually legitimately has not so much to do with the like specific like politics of the individuals, but one of the signs that I cringed at the most before the election, I'm not even gonna, well, okay, yeah, I think it was a Kamala Walls sign, but the tagline underneath it was truth, hope, and decency. I forgave the first two, but anytime there's a political call for decency, it's like massively like just not good. It's just not good. Decency is never a good message unless you're a parent talking to your children or a teacher's teaching manners, etiquette. I think etiquette is important, but etiquette, decency, manners, cleanliness, these are things that should never be enforced by politicians. Honestly, it's not fitting. I agree, Agan. I agree. Because I think of the left as like, stinky hippies. We're not decent. We're speaking our truth, right? And to be fair, the right is like stinky farm boys, stinky swamp people, speaking our truth. None of us have ever been decent. Decency is not like, I don't know. Decency in the modern world today, right now, I don't think is a value that either the left or the right have in America. I think we're all trying to like be a little bit indecent in the ways that matter to us, right? So it was really weird to see on a sign. Like, what are you doing? Why would you put that on a sign? That sounds so like, I don't know. You know what it sounds like. Do I have to say what it sounds like? Don't put decency on signs. Bad optics. And also, like, just not, oh, sorry for the bonk. Not what we're looking for. We want, in America especially, we want the freedom to be indecent. We want the freedom to be indecent. It's really one of our biggest things, I would say. Decency doesn't mean jack shit, though. I mean, yeah, I kind of agree, Agan. It doesn't mean anything concrete, which makes it a suspicious word, I think. It's like anyone who's advocating for decency, again, it's kind of like advocating for reason, where it's like, who decides that? You know, who decides that? Who decides that? It's kind of also like when people try to bring science into politics, and that whenever someone brings science into politics, and to some extent it's unavoidable because science talks about the real world, the natural world, and obviously we're all affected by that. We need policies that respond to science about, I don't know, ground, oil, weather, whatever. We need policies that respond to scientific revelations, scientific moments. But whenever science becomes politicized, it takes science and turns it into a belief system, which is so unscientific. Scientists, by design, are like changing their ideas all the time because they're learning based off of research rather than belief, rather than ideology. That's like the spirit of science. It's the spirit of science is to have no beliefs and to just learn about the world around you, right? So whenever science becomes politicized, it always takes science and like corrupts it with ideology and belief and stuff, and it's blah, blah. It's always a mess. It's always a mess. And yeah, Agan, yeah, it's a bad thing to put on a campaign sign. That's a good way to say it. It's kind of a boogeyman term that refers to some antiquated notion of order. That's a very good way to say it. A boogeyman term that refers to some antiquated notion of order. And to be fair to the Harris Walls campaign, that was the only, like, there's literally only one sign that I saw like that. Probably for good reason. I would assume most people who were in support of that campaign shopping for signs would not buy that one because it's a weird freaking sign. There's better signs. But yeah, it's definitely strange. Definitely strange. The politics of words and the words of politics. Yes. Science is not political. So true. So true. It shouldn't be, at least, in an ideal world. Farewell, Agan. Have a good dinner. Have a good dinner. Click. So I have a feeling that on YouTube, I mean, in an ideal world, I could just make this video that I'm currently recording, like, public, right? You know what I mean? Like, just post the YouTube VOD on YouTube. But because the quality is so low on YouTube, I think I'm going to unlist the stream VOD on YouTube and continue doing what I usually do, which is upload the Twitch VOD to YouTube, because on Twitch I'm so much higher quality. But that's such a mess. That's such a mess. I wish I could just make the YouTube thing public. But the quality is so horrible. It's so bad. But I can't change it. Are you familiar with Aleister Crowley? Yes. I'm not extremely familiar. I don't like him. my impression of him is that he was canonically a bad guy, but I have heard some people say like, no, he was just like gay and framed. You know what I mean? And I haven't looked into that a lot, honestly, to be honest. But my impression was that he like tortured women and was so kind of magically irresponsible that like the magic people were like, we don't want to associate with you, you're doing too much crazy demon shit. You know what I mean? And so then he like left. But then there's like another faction of people that's like, no, he was just like gay and framed, and that, like, that's what happened. So like I don't know what happened. I need to like look into it. But like also there's so many things I'm trying to look into. But my impression is that I don't like him, because I'm pretty sure he was really bad to like women. Didn't he invent sex magic? Oh, Lokiar. Trust me. He did not invent sex magic, okay? I don't think anyone invented sex magic. I think it's redundant. It's a redundant term, truly. But he did make a specifically English sort of sex magic that he codified a little bit. But throughout history, everyone's been messing with sex magic. Can't help it. Everything about Crowley I know from Supernatural. Dude, I don't even remember anything about Crowley from Supernatural, which is crazy because I watched the heck out of Supernatural, but I don't remember the Crowley content. Wonder when Twitch YouTube will support AV1, should improve the quality for the same bitrate. That would be cool. See, I think my problem is that I'm using Restream, according to Destructicon. Because Restream chooses my bitrate for me, and I can't change it, I don't think. Let me check. I might have gotten more updates about it. But let's see. Restream does choose bitrate automatically based on resolution. Yeah, I don't know if it's something I can change. So I might try to see if there's another dual streaming service besides Restream that is easy to use. Restream is super easy to use. It just connects to OBS and it's pretty much the same. But I don't know. We'll see. Gay and Framed is the name of my memoir. Very good, Aunt Olivia. That's a very good one. Very good one. Check. Oh, Sticker says 200 plus hours of conspiracy theory podcast on Crowley. He had a haunted mansion he'd invite rockers to so they'd go triple platinum. Props summoned some bad stuff, and death was problematic when it came to sex-related anything. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm still on team I don't like Aleister Crowley. I think I don't like him. I have this story in my head. I don't know if I'm mixing him up with someone else, but I have this story in my head and I don't know where it's from. I literally have no idea. God, I pray someone fact checks me. I have this story and like images from like a textbook in my head of Aleister Crowley like leading. I have like black and white photos in my head of Aleister Crowley leading two women onto a deserted island in like, then there's like castle ruins on the island, and he like and he drove them insane or something. And then they were like, well, we were willing, but we were also traumatized. I have that in my head, that he like kind of like gaslit and like spiritually like tortured some women on an island, but I don't know where I got that from. Like, maybe I just made it up. I don't know. You know, brains. Sometimes you just make up crazy stories about about Aleister Crowley in your head. But I feel like something like that happened. Tommy likes beer. Thank you very much for your sub. I appreciate it very much. T click O shk M click click M shk click Y shk L I shk K click click E shk S B click E shk R shk. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What are your thoughts on heretics? They should stop. They should stop being heretics. I don't know. Like, it depends on which ones. I don't know. I don't know. It depends on which ones. That's my whole thought. That's my whole thoughts. Let me think. Let me think if I have a better thought. I think what the Catholic Church deems heretical is usually theologically deemed heretical for, like, good reasons. I think the theology of the Catholic Church is very tight. It's, like, really tight. It's gone through, like, a 2,000-year, like, crucible of just tightening, you know? And part of that was deeming stuff heretical. I think the church has treated heretics horribly, obviously. Like, I think it's a sin to burn people, right? Like, really just always. But yeah, so like I am very sad for what happened to the heretics. I also think a lot of the heretical beliefs are very fun, in the same ways that I find Roman theology really fun, Roman mythology very fun, Greek mythology very fun, Egyptian mythology very fun. Like, all of this is very fun. I love learning about Hinduism and Judaism. I think they're very cool and fun systems and beautiful systems from which we can derive joy and profound meanings and all of that. They can be inspiring, and I think a lot of heretical belief systems are the same, whether it's Albigensianism or Manichaeism or Sethianism or Catharism. I think that there's a lot of cool stuff there. A lot of beautifully written stuff as well, you know, just like beautiful. A lot of the apocryphal texts are just like written in a way that's beautiful and inspiring, and it can inspire you to deepen your Christianity. But there might be some specific lines that don't fit into the theology, the very tight theology of the Catholic Church. So you have to say, yep, this is heretical. It's beautiful, but it's heretical. Like fan fiction, or like a non-canonical painting of Percy Jackson. It's beautiful, but it is not canonical. And that's cool. That's okay. The way you told the story made me think more of Anton LaVey than Crowley, TBH, the woman going crazy story. I mean, Anton LaVey was definitely bad. In my head, the story that I told is definitely, like, something that I associate with Crowley for some reason, and not LaVey. My wires might be crossed, but yeah, Anton LaVey definitely bad. No doubt in my head there. Bad man. Very public about how bad he was. He wasn't even trying to hide it. He was just like, I'm a dick. You should be a dick too. Thoughts on Gnosticism? Same. Gnosticism is heretical, and I think it's also deeply inspiring and beautiful. And I like it. But it doesn't fit into the theology of the church, and I think the theology of the church is really good. It's really good, and I like it. So, like, I'm not a Gnostic, but I like it. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Visual, welcome in to the YouTubes. What do you think about Christian orthodoxy? Oh, like the Greek church, I think is so beautiful, so absolutely beautiful. I like most of the church. I mean, I think we always pray for like the unifications of the Catholic and Orthodox Church. We pray for it all the time. I think both churches do it. I know the Roman Catholic Church often prays for a union of like, or a reunion of the East and the West. But also both churches tend to be really stubborn about the things they disagree on, you know? And so I hope that reunification happens, personally. But also I think both churches are very stubborn, even though they like each other so much. That's basically my whole thought on it. Did you read Enoch? I have read the Book of Enoch. It's a hoot. It is an absolute hoot. For that one alien flower, pagans, Hebrew people or Jewish people, would not really have been considered heretics. Heretics were Catholics, so usually at the time of like the heretic, like cults or groups or whatever, this is before the Reformation, so before Protestants existed. So there was only one church. There's the Catholic Church, and heretics would have been Catholics who started having alternate Christian theologies. So some of the very common things that you would see in like heretical beliefs would be that instead of Jesus being like 3 persons and one God, they would say that Jesus and God were like separate beings, or that God kind of possessed Jesus, who was like another thing. Or people would have different ideas about like Satan and Satan's kind of role. People had thoughts about the Old Testament God being different from the New Testament God. So it was all like alternate Christian theology. And there was a couple different groups that would have been considered heretics. And a lot of the early church was basically defined and codified in response to heresies. But in the early church, people who believed heretical things weren't necessarily burned, right? You would only be like burned at the stake if you knew you were a heretic, which like cut out a lot of people who just didn't know their theology, right? If you just didn't know your theology that well, you know, which is like most people at that time who were Christians, because they couldn't read the books, they didn't know their own Bibles, you probably wouldn't be burned. But if you knew you were a heretic and were spreading heresies and all of that, then the early church would write against you, and in writing against you would kind of codify what became like Catholicism, because there wasn't as much of a reason to like have councils and codify things until the heresies came up. So they would write against you, and then if you like continued to refuse, then they would like publicly burn you and be like, these beliefs are bad. Until the Crusades. Whenever the heretic crusades started, that was when like burning of the true innocents happened. The people who were kind of like preachers for heretics, even though obviously I don't think they deserved to be killed. They were like, one could argue, like really directly acting against the church. Obviously, I don't think that means that they should have been punished in the way that they were, or even punished at all. Freedom of religion, I'm all about it, right? But the heretic crusades were when, like, you know, there were many large groups of heretics, families, whole towns of heretics, monasteries of heretics, and the Catholic Church would come and kill them all. The women, the children, the elderly, and of course the men. So that was super sad. That was a super sad time for European history. That's often kind of brushed over because a lot of people don't think about the heretics. But the burning of the heretics really perfectly set the stage for the burning of the witches. Because the burning of the heretics like slowly stopped being a big deal because the Catholic Church got so prominent. And then around the time of the Reformation, the culture of the Reformation made ideas of Christian purity much more popular in Europe, and predestination much more popular in Europe. So whereas in the older Christian world, there was more this idea of like, we can convert everyone, not enough people have heard the word of God, and like anyone who's a sinner can eventually be made a saint if we just like convert them hard enough. And that's also kind of the vibe right now with a lot of Christianity. There was this like 300 to 400 year period of Europe where Neo-Lutheranism and Neo-Calvinism, it's like very excited kind of early Reformation ideas, and these ideas spread into the Catholic culture of the time as well. So Catholics, Lutherans, Calvinists, everyone was doing this, but because of these ideas of purity and predestination that were all throughout the church, we began to look at deviants, so women mostly who were unmarried or who weren't working or whatever, women who were being weird, and also men who were like deemed sexual deviants. And instead of having this conception of like, we can convert them, we can change their hearts, there was this kind of cultural conception of like, they're just bad. They are not predestined for heaven. They are a bad force upon the earth that can only do bad. They are witches, and they must be burned. And the burning of the heretics bled. The tradition of burning the deviants went directly into burning the witches. And then, the burning of the witches, the witch hunts, mostly died out by around 1600. And that was directly sequeled, followed by the burning of the pagans in the New World. This mostly happened in South America by conquistadors, the Spanish colonialists. But when the Spanish conquest reached the New World, it was really the same practice, burning people at the stake who weren't Christian, didn't want to be Christian, burning of the pagans. And that was when most of the pagans were burned. So yeah, the heretics to the witches to the pagans is like a lineage of burning people. A very direct lineage. Like it was really one right after the other. We always needed someone to burn for some reason. Very bad, very bad. I never understood how Catholic indulgences fits with the regular message of being saved through faith alone. So Catholics don't believe in being saved by faith alone. So that's probably part of it. Catholics have always believed in works plus faith, works plus faith, works plus faith being like the way to get to salvation. So the idea of faith alone was also a Reformation idea, being saved by faith alone, something that became popular in the 1500s. But Catholics have always done work and faith, and indulgences does kind of tie into the idea of work, right? But it began to be a concept that was like perverted by the church. So normal indulgences that Catholics still do it's any kind of action that's a quick little action that kind of marks your devotion and gets you into heaven a little bit easier. Like it's like takes a little bit of the weight off your soul, helps you get to heaven a little bit easier. So common examples: whenever Catholics enter the church, we dip our hand in the water and we do the sign of the cross. That is an indulgence. Whenever we enter the church, we kneel before we enter the pew. We kneel, we like bow, and then we enter the pew. That's an indulgence. Anytime you're in a church and you cross the tabernacle, if you're walking around, every time you cross the tabernacle, you stop and you do the sign of the cross. That is an indulgence. Anytime you pass, when you're driving on the road and you pass a hospital, you do the sign of the cross. That's an indulgence. Anytime there's a ambulance with its sirens on, you do the sign of the cross when they pass. That's technically an indulgence. So there's plenty of like little things throughout our day that we do that are indulgences. And another form of indulgence is putting is like kind of, Catholics don't use the word tithe. I don't know why we don't use the word tithe, but we do it. There's a little basket that goes around the church and you put money in. In Catholic masses, there's usually 2 baskets. There's one basket that goes around for the church collection, and there's one basket that goes around for the like charity collection. And that putting money in the basket is an indulgence. There's also, in nice cathedrals, there's little candles that you can put some money in that goes to the church collection, and if you put money in the church collection, then you get to light a candle, and it's a prayer candle, and you can set an intention for it. That's an indulgence, and that's still kind of tied to money, right? But that concept started to be abused in like I think it was getting really bad in like the 1400s, right? The 1400s was like peak, like they're abusing the concept, because you would like basically just be able to like give a bishop a lot of money and he'd be like, yeah, you're going to heaven. Obviously, this is an abuse of the term and an abuse of the practice. And the Reformation, the Protestant Reformation, also happened in the Catholic Church. And this is something that's also brushed over by a lot of history. The Catholic Church was degenerate, absolutely degenerate, in like the 1400s. And Catholics knew it too. Martin Luther was a Catholic, and when he put his 70 some odd edict, can never remember the number, on the door of that church, he did it as a Catholic and was saying, this shit is messy, let's fix it. And so he ended up getting a whole group of people together who believed in what he said, and that kind of was the beginning of the Reformation, the Protestant church. But the Reformation also happened within the church. Most orders went through a Reformation. The Carmelite order went through a Reformation. I think some Benedictine orders went into a period of Reformation, and then just the Vatican. Like there were smaller councils that were reforming the church from within it, and part of that was getting rid of indulgences, trying to clean the church of all of its nepotism, and trying to make priests and other religious, capital R religious, so people who've taken vows, live more humble lives and all of that. So the Protestant Reformation was, Catholics who decided to break with the faith and reform sort of the Church of Christ into something else, you know, Calvinism, Lutheranism, whatever, Presbyterianism. And then the Reformation that happened within the church was the reform of the Catholic Church, where Catholics were like, damn, we're fucked up. Let's try and fix this. So, you know, everyone really agreed that the Catholic Church was degenerate in the 1400s, and Catholic saints write about it. You know, St. John of the Cross, St. Teresa of Avila, most of their, or I shouldn't say most, a significant portion of their writings, these saints are like, our shit is fucked. Our shit is fucked. Let's please fix it. And then, you know, that's why they became saints. Click, click. Click, click. Isn't it 95 thesis. Thank you, Dinky Sneed. How do you know such things? It's mostly truly just, like, what I've learned through being, like, a cradle Catholic. But it's also, it's like being a cradle Catholic plus just being very interested, for sure. Very interested. Sleepy passively absorbs knowledge. It's true, it's true. But only some knowledge, you know? I'm really bad at absorbing the knowledge that I don't remember. There's a lot I don't remember, but I do remember some. Is cradle Catholic someone born into the faith? Yeah. Is there a reason you choose to follow Catholicism over a more Protestant denomination? I don't think there's like a single, like, easy reason. I don't think there's a single easy reason. There's good theological reasons, I think, and I'm not one to argue for them. Like, I love Catholicism, and my love for Catholicism includes its theology and its potential for being, like, you know, very, like, debate and whatever. But the things that I love the most about Catholicism is just the spirituality of it, and the music and the art and the adoration of Mary and the saints, which you don't get as much in other, you know, in Protestant denominations. The history obviously is not all good, but it's history that I do think tells a story about a church that I love, you know. I don't think I am qualified to convince anyone else of, like, why they should or shouldn't be Catholic. But I know that I, like, should be Catholic because of the way that, like, I feel when I hear the organ play and I hear the words at Mass, and we're all standing and sitting at the same time together, and I feel unified with, like, the world of the church, and I feel it in my bones, exactly, Destructicon, like, so many prayers, rote Catholic prayers, that a lot of Protestant denominations kind of think that all the prayers Catholics have memorized is a little silly. But the rote prayers that I have, the prayers of the Rosary, the prayers of the Mass, like, I find so much comfort and security and identity in having those prayers as like my foundation of language. Like, there's layers of kind of language in my head, and the Hail Mary and the Our Father are like at the bottom. It's like what I've heard since I was a baby, in the womb. These words that live inside me, and they're just like a foundation of who I am. My identity is very much wrapped up in it. And for me, like, the idea of not being Catholic would feel like such a rejection of myself. It would feel like such a rejection of myself. It would just feel silly. It would just be silly. Yam the sweet potato. Oh my god, I love sweet potatoes. They're my favorite. They're so good. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. It's rare to see a Christian streaming on Twitch. I don't think it's that rare. I think a lot of us are secretly Christians. I need to clear my throat though, just a sec. Yeah, I think there's a lot of Christians. It's a pretty big religion, you know, but I think a lot of people don't talk about it. Miss Sleeps, I must leave, but I have a final question. Is faith tied to your destiny? Did God give you this thing, or did you choose to follow this faith? I think it's both, and it's in different amounts for different people. So faith is a gift of the Holy Spirit. I still need to clear my throat even more. Just a sec. Okay, I think we're good now. Faith is a gift of the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit gives all of their gifts to everyone in some amount, right? We all have a little bit of all of the gifts of the Holy Spirit. We all have a little bit of discernment. We all have a little bit of faith. We all have a little bit of... I can't think of any of the other ones right now. Prophecy. We all have a little bit of all these things. Speaking in tongues, sure, we all have a little bit of all of them, but we have them in varying amounts. And healing is one. We all have a little bit of the gift of healing, but then some people, or all of us, are granted them in. It's like, you know, where you're gonna put all your points in your D&D character, your skill points. It's your Holy Spirit points, but you don't get to choose where you put your points because it's a gift of the Holy Spirit, right? For people who have less of the gift of faith, they have to do much more work in choosing to follow the faith. For the people who have more of the gift of faith, the gift that is granted them, not something they work for, then they don't have to do as much work to follow it. You know? In the same way that, like, some people have the gift of discernment, and that's kind of like intuition, the Christian faith, or the Christian word for, like, you know, it's technically called the discernment of spirits, knowing right from wrong. Some people have the gift of discernment in huge amounts. They have a very good intuition of what is right and what is wrong, who good people are and who bad people are, or who they should stay away from, you know? And then some people don't have as good of an intuition, so they rely on others, and they also have to learn. They have to learn a lot, because their intuition's not as good, their discernment's not as good. So yeah, it's the same. It's like you either have to work for it, or you get gifted it. And both are beautiful and wonderful, you know? Do you think you would still be into Christianity so much if you weren't exposed to it until later in life? I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine. It's like saying, like, do you think you would still be into food if you weren't exposed to it until later in life. Like, like, because to me, like, faith, some kind of faith, was established to me in my psychology, like, as like a need, like, from a very young age. So it's really, really hard for me to imagine having like a satisfying and fulfilling life that has no spirituality in it at all. I would, like, if I have no spirituality in my life at all, like, I'm gonna start like playing pretend, like I'm gonna get too invested in politics. I'm gonna get too invested in saving the coast. Not that it's bad to be super invested in those things, but like, I'm going to make God will find himself somewhere in my life, no matter what, because I am like that. So it's hard for me to imagine how I would be if I didn't have any faith in my life from a young age. Yeah, I don't think I could really answer the question. Tips for head irritation? ASMR. Good night, Luca. Good night, Luca. Or Lucha, perhaps. Lucha. Good night. And good night, Tamu. The only default prayer I was taught growing up was the Lord's Prayer, but otherwise freestyle. Yeah. You know, it's really interesting. Like, I've gone to holidays that are, because not everyone in my family's Catholic, so I've gone to holidays that are like more Protestant and holidays that are more Catholic. And the way we signal humility is very interesting, because humility comes in so many shapes and sizes. Like, culturally, humility is just expressed differently, but for almost every culture, humility is a value. And whenever I go to like Protestant holidays, the humble people, whenever they lead the prayer, they're not gonna yap on for a super long time. They're gonna be like, thank you for this meal, thank you for the women who cooked it, eye roll. And they wouldn't eye roll, but the women will. Thank you for the women who cooked it. And I'm so glad to be with all of the family here. God, you are first. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. They'll keep it short and sweet because they're so humble, but they'll say all the important things. Glad to have the family, glad to have the food. God is first. Get it done. People who aren't maybe as humble are going to say something very eloquent and beautiful, and everyone will be impressed. Because they're going to talk about God's hedge of protection and Christ's saving blood and the cup of redemption and all kinds of Christianese. In Catholic holidays, whenever the like very humble grandpa is like doing the meal, it's like, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, amen. Maximum humility? Hail Mary. Thank you for this meal, Hail Mary. Or, the blessing before meal. Bless us, O Lord, for these thy gifts. And then, medium humility, we'll do like, Hail Mary, Our Father, Glory be. 3 prayers. And then, similarly, the less humble people will be like really long and really elegant. But I think for a lot of Catholics, like, the rote prayers are kind of a submission. They're a symbol of submission. For public gatherings especially. Freestyling is kind of seen as like, who do you think you are to be making up a prayer? You think you are going to say a prayer better than the Our Father? Okay, go ahead. Freestyling is for what you do in your head by yourself. When you're in conversation with God, go ahead, freestyle. If you're going to pray for a group, you think you're going to do something better than the Our Father? Come on. Come on. Get out of here. Get out of here. No one would ever say that out loud, though. Because, I mean, really, we're just, like, happy to be praying. But I feel like there's, like, a subtle social subtext that is, like, what I just said. I don't know, I've heard some potluck prayers that were bangers. Dude, me too. One of my old roommates, I think she was Methodist, if I remember correctly, and her mom, whenever we moved in together, she was like, okay, let's pray, and like, I thought I knew what praying was, but she was like, okay, let's pray, and she like, took us into like a football huddle. I was already like, oh my god, what is happening? So it was like, you know, my friend's mom and my friend and me in like a football huddle, and she didn't speak in tongues, but she was talking about like pouring Christ's saving blood over our flowing hair and God's hedge of protection and his like swords of justice and Saint Michael protecting the house. And it was probably like a 6-ish minute like prayer by the end, and I mean, I was shook. I sure did feel protected. You can't mess with God's hedge of protection. It's true, pumpkin lunatic. It's true. I've been in those kinds of prayers. Yeah, they're nice. I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. I like hearing a freestyle prayer. I'm not brave enough to do them by myself, but I love hearing the freestyle prayers. And like the Methodists and other like evangelicals and Protestants, like they're good at it. They've trained their whole lives. They've trained their whole lives to have some like damn good freestyle prayers. To pray in church, do you kneel? Sometimes, not all the time. You don't have to, but you certainly can. You got sun in Sag. I have my moon in Sag. Six minutes is wild. You've started to have, that was a food blessing. Dude, Anon, on YouTube, for Twitch chat, that was someone who said that on YouTube. You'd starve to death if that was a food blessing. I've been at Thanksgivings, these are Catholic Thanksgivings, where we like, you know, the whole family, which is a big family. I'm not gonna go into the details, but like, you know, we need more than one table. Okay, like it's a big family. We all need to go around the table, and it's not just saying something you're grateful for. We all need to pray. We all go around the table and we all pray, staring at the Thanksgiving feast. Just mouths watering. It's wild. It's wild. But I only remember our family doing that when I was younger. Once I got older, it was like, okay, let's just choose one of the men to pray. Whoever's at the head of the table, you know? Oh, I do the same thing with my family, my immediate family, not like the entire family at a party. Yeah, during Advent, my family, my immediate family, we had a pretty like involved grace before meals. That kind of involved everyone praying. It's interesting to hear all this from a Catholic perspective because I'm not Catholic in school, and interesting to learn all that. Oh, thank you, Jose. Thank you. At Thanksgiving in my family, it was voluntary. Whoever wanted to say the prayer could, youngest male to oldest woman. Nice, nice. Very nice. Very nice, very nice. I guess it is that time again. What are we gonna name the stream? I have good news. My eyes don't even hurt right now. My eyes feel totally fine. Thank God. They were actually kind of hurting more at the beginning of the stream than the end, so I don't know what's wrong with me. But, my eyes feel okay. They feel okay. But, I hope it stays that way. I did apply my makeup very carefully today because I think my makeup makes it worse too sometimes. Oh, the old dry eyes. Yeah, what are we gonna name this stream? What are we... Oh, wait. Thumbnail spoiler. Sorry about that. My bad. Enjoy the sneak peek. Enjoy the teaser. What am I gonna name this stream? Free teasers. Yeah, totally an accident. Totally an accident. What did we talk about at the beginning of the stream? We talked about YouTube, we talked about, I know at the end we spent quite a bit of time on, heretics. We talked about holidays. We really talked a lot about church stuff, church history today. We did some gym talk. How am I spelling this? Holiday colonialization, holiday colonialism. There we go. Holiday colonialism. What about holiday colonizers? Holiday colonizers. We did talk about Yetis, burnings, Uvula story. Dude, so true. A lot of little topics. Non-viral. Oh wait, did I just? Okay, I did type that in Twitch. That was weird looking for me. Non-viral illnesses, holiday colonizers, and Catholic fangirling. How does that sound? I think that sounds like a real title. I wonder how renaming it works on YouTube. Stream settings. I think I can change the title afterwards, maybe? Edit? Or maybe not. Oh yeah, I can. It doesn't really matter though, because I think I'm just going to be uploading the Twitch thing anyway. So I'm not even going to worry about it. Let's see who we should read. Let's read Night Shifter. Night Shifter is streaming. They make cool, spacey noises. Cool, spacey noises. Good night, everyone. I hope that you sleep well. I'm also going to link Night Shifter ASMR in YouTube chat, just in case YouTube chatters want to go check out Night Shifter ASMR. That's where Twitch chat is going to be going. And you know, he does pretty cool like sci-fi, lo-fi, crazy noises. If you really want to just like listen to crazy noises, ASMR tingly noises, they're good. And he's also a yapper like me, so there you go. There's that link. Good night, everyone. Good night, good night, good night. Sleepy, 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 sleepy. Sleepy, 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 sleepy. Good night.